is next. I believe it's this one. Yep. Hello, 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 everyone. This is Leo with Rosales Super Tech. Of course, today we are about to start our stream of the evening. First, we just document our day-to-day repairs so we can go live. Today we don't have a lot going on. We've got just a few repairs that are pending. I've already completed one. I got here around 3:10 or so, and I went ahead and just got one of them done. We do have quite a few, actually three. I believe it's 3 HDMI port repairs, so or 2 HDMI port repairs. And another one is a console that's stuck in safe mode. So we're going to troubleshoot those. Let me just clean my workbench out a little bit though, because I've got quite a bit of stuff going on here. And I don't like having a mess. Okay, put that over that. And that there. Okay. There we go. It's not the cleanest, but it'll do. It will do. Ugh. Hopefully everyone's doing pretty good. There's no bugs on this one. I thought that was a bug, but it's not. It's just dirty. So this one has some sort of a spill. I can see the stickiness. I'm not going to clean that though. I'm going to shop back any dust. Let's see. But I'm not paying for the cleaning. But we still try to at least remove the dust. That's what you can. Without hopefully. All right, we got our. You can do mod chips on version 2. Are you talking about the Switch? We can get it installed, but we don't do any of the software side of things. Give me a second here. Let me go ahead and block this guy out here. Uh, Blocking that guy out real quick. Bear with me a second here. All right, I just went ahead and banned it so that hopefully no longer shows up on my stream. You can do matches for version 2. Yeah, you can't install it. Yeah, we can install it for you. That's no problem at all. The soldering I can do. Anything related to the actual software, we do not do. But just installing a chip to your console, that is something we can certainly do for you. Take position. It's just a skill set, to be honest. Are you just curious? Okay, cool. Thought you were seeking assistance with, or not assistance, but someone to do the service for you. You already have a version 1? Okay, cool. I thought about doing it on my Switch, but then I was like, most of the games, I get them anyways, so I don't see the point. I have done this for customers, of course. We charge $120 for the mod chip installation. Should you be cleaning a PlayStation 5? That is something I do recommend. It does require at least every 15 to 16 months. It is recommended that it's cleaned internally, as a dry spot does generate, especially for those that keep it standing up. So it is recommended for it to be cleaned at least once every 15 to 16 months. Had a broadcast. Do y'all replace thermal paste? We do replace thermal paste on the consoles that use thermal paste. However, on PlayStation 5s, they use liquid metal. So what we tend to do with PlayStation 5 is we don't necessarily replace it. We use the existing liquid metal, if it's there. Meaning if it doesn't need any additional liquid metal. If it needs additional liquid metal, then we'll, of course, add some liquid metal. But 9 times out of 10, it doesn't need additional liquid metal. It just needs for the oxidation to be cleaned. Once you clean the oxidation, just reapply the same existing liquid metal that was there originally. Exactly. How are you doing? I've had mine since release, and you never cleaned it. Oh man, you definitely need to clean it. Bet you your liquid metal's gonna be dry. You're gonna have a dry spot in the middle of that APU. What tends to happen with PlayStation 5s, if they don't get the liquid metal reapplied and or clean internally, you'll start experiencing lagging originally, and then eventually after like 30 minutes to an hour, it'll start shutting down on you. We get those a lot. And we do offer cleaning services, by the way, for PlayStation 5s. We clean them internally for $120, so long as it's not bug infested. If it's bug infested, we do add an additional $50 for us having to clean out a bug infested console. And believe me, it happens more often than I would like. What the hell kind of bug is this? This is not a... I don't think it's a... Is it a roach? It's a beetle. Yeah, see that? That is literally a beetle right there. It's stuck in this PlayStation 5. Over here talking about bug infestation, and this console has a beetle. A dead beetle. You keep it standing up. Yeah, I'm pretty positive your APU needs... It's probably going to start asking for help. And I'm not trying to jinx you or anything. It's just what is it called? Something law. I forgot what the name, what that is. Something law. It's the gravity, basically. Gravity always goes towards the bottom. So any sort of liquid eventually is going to go towards the bottom. And I've smoked in the house with it. Where are you at? Because you don't want to ship it. No, I'm in Fort Worth, Texas. We do accept mail ends. I understand you don't want to mail it. Just try to seek out a local repair shop near you. Oh, I've had mine since launch. How do you even check the liquid metal? Well, I'll show you right now how you check the liquid metal. I'm actually getting to it right now with this one. So you'll have to take it all apart just like I'm doing. There's not a way to validate without actually tearing it apart, to be honest. You do have to tear it apart in order to validate. Okay. So that's how you check. Let me show you here real quick. You see this one? This one doesn't have that big of a dry spot. But that right there in the center, that is what you call a dry spot. There's no liquid metal anywhere in there. And there's built up oxidation actually on the heatsink itself right here. On the heatsink itself, right in the same spot, there's built up oxidation. And there's a little bit of oxidation there as well. As you can see, the liquid metal has gone towards the bottom. And let me zoom back out over here. That way I can show you. Thank you for hitting that follow button. Appreciate you very much. So as you can see, that liquid metal has gone towards the bottom because the way it's standing up, it's like this. So the bulk of the actual liquid metal is here at this location, same as here at the bottom of the actual APU. So that's basically what happens. So before I put this back together, one of the things I'm going to do is I'm going to clean off all the oxidation off of this APU. Same thing with this, and I'll show you towards the end when I do that, and how we reapply it as well. But for now, this is an HDMI port repair. Let's fix the initial problem, which is the broken HDMI. Although that HDMI looks healthy. It looks like someone's already worked on this before. The little filter is missing. Let's look underneath the actual microscope. Why isn't Brock's comment showing up for me? I'm not... Well, because he's messaging from YouTube, that's why. So they're probably not going to show on yours, but they're on the screen. So you should be able to see it on screen, I believe. Yeah, and then we got Pennywise. Hope it ain't missed much. No, you haven't missed much. We just started, actually. We just started the day. I brought my PlayStation 5 in this morning. Hope the damage isn't too bad. If you brought it into us, you'll be able to see whether if there's anything wrong with it or not. So this one, let me show you here real quick. It looks like someone's already worked on this before. So let me show you what it looks like underneath the actual microscope real quick. So underneath the microscope, this shima looks healthy. And again, there's flux there. So someone's already worked on this before. And this looks healthy. However, let's check these pins. Whoever worked on it, they almost had it. They still didn't clean the flux though. If this was my work, I'm gonna be disappointed. I'm gonna see if this was me. Did I work on this before? I'm just checking to see if I've had this customer come to me before. Yeah. That was me, actually. This was back in April 29th of 2024. So, a little bit over a year ago. And I can't believe I did not clean this flux. Alright, so let me clean that flux real quick first, because it's kind of hard to tell if there's anything wrong with those pins. Oh, snap. I just burnt myself. Literally. I forgot to... Yeah, I'll be there in a bit. I dropped my nozzle. Okay. Hot air kind of hit me in the palm and just literally made me jump there for a bit, because that thing is really hot. All right, give me a second. My wife needs my help. I'll be right back. Okay. There you go. All right, give me a second, y'all. Hello?
So I took a, like the back of my PC apart, my gaming laptop, and I took the battery out to clean the dust, and I put the battery back in, but every time I turn it on, it turns back off. And
Okay.
uh, would you have a price for that? Like, for do you know how to get it fixed?
We'd have to do a diagnostics on it. Diagnostics on laptops, it is 50. Otherwise,
50, like
once we do the
you don't.
diagnostics and we determine what the issue is, then we'll give you what the actual cost would be to get it repaired.
All right.
Alrighty.
Yeah, that's all right. Thank you.
Thank you as well. All right, y'all. Sorry about that. Here we go again. Come on, Kick. You got to do better. Block these people. An error occurred. Please try again. I'm trying to block as much as I can of these bots that keep posting these random channels or these random chats into my chat, and which kind of bogs literally my chat. Sorry about that. Super Tech, this is Leo. How can I help you? Hello. Yes, sir. I'm still waiting on the part. No, sir. Part's not in yet. Literally, it was kind of difficult to get the part off of this one because it's not even available. So the only way to get it is actually from the donor board. So I had to buy the entire Southbridge board off of it to be able to be able to get it. So I'm still waiting on it. Once it's here, of course, you'll receive a text message letting you know that it's in progress. The ETA shows between the 7th and the 9th. At least that's what it was this morning when I checked. Alrighty? Thank you as well. Alright, yeah, so what I'm doing right now is actually I am removing the flux off of this because I need to validate to see if there's any loose pins. It looks healthy internally, but I just need to validate if there's some sort of a loose pin in here. Oh, you can tell this has been bumped, though. We got a missing 4K cap right there. We got that. Can you guys... Oh, actually, I forgot this change. My apologies. Alright, so let me show you here real quick. I forgot to change the scene. So that pin right there is loose. That one's loose. Loose. That is loose. Man, this doesn't seem like my work. I think this thing was bumped because these pins are actually sticking further out this way. So this HDMI port, although it looks healthy internally, it looks like it was probably bumped in to come inside. Because these all seem to be literally loose. Every single one. And there's no way possible that I did not solder these on. If I was the last one that touched it, that is. Bear in mind that this was worked on about a year or so ago by me. I don't know if it was taken anywhere else, but we're gonna go ahead and get this removed real quick, and we're gonna put a new port. I don't like reusing the same port because once a port's been either bumped or something, it loses its integrity, and you do not want to use the same port. So we're gonna go ahead and remove this port. And of course, I put the board hanging over my workbench. We're going to heat this up, remove this port. We're going to also retouch or retin the actual pins. We're going to retin the pins, add the 4K capacitor that's missing, and then solder on the new port right afterwards. Okay. Port's gone. Just go ahead and retin this real quick. Turn on our fume extractor. Add a little bit more flux. Yeah, you could tell this one received an impact. You see this here, how that's lifted? So this here somehow got pushed that way, and that's how that 4K capacitor is missing as well. All right, so I don't feel as bad now with the work. I was like, man, I know I do a pretty good job with my solder. I'm just glad it didn't tear any of the traces though, as it received some sort of an impact. Because usually once it's soldered on right or soldered on pretty good, it's not going to tear. I mean, it's going to tear traces or bring the traces along with the impact, but I'm glad it did not do that because that would have been a lot more costly, to be honest. All right, we're going to put the 4K cap on there and then the HDMI port. .4K capacitor. There we go. We just threw it on there. And then we're going to get the HDMI port out. And then let's push this 4K cap where it needs to go. Just there. And let's put this board back over here and then solder it in place. HDMI port's ready. Okay. Make sure that it's clear for you guys as well. Looks to be clear. Now, I have these solder balls here, and that's only because usually the solder balls, the ground holes are going to sink towards the bottom. It'll look good. And I have my tweezers on because first I need to solder on this 4K cap. This 4K cap needs to grab a hold over here. Come on. Moving on its own. Does it need a little push? Yeah, it does. Okay, I need a little bump. I needed a little bump in order for it to... Ah! I moved it. That was my fault. I zoomed in a little bit more because I could barely see it being zoomed out. There we go. There we go. Okay. Got the port. Port's ready. Drop it in place. Okay, let me add a little bit more flux to my ground legs here. Reason why I added flux is because flux helps with the flow of solder, and it brings the solder back up, and it grabs a hold of the actual legs. And then I just wiggle this side to side, make sure my pin headers are also soldered onto the actual HDMI header. Now push it in the middle, press it down, and move. Move the hot air, let it solidify. Okay, I believe it's solidified now. Yep. Now we can check our work, make sure that it soldered it on correctly. All right, let's clean this mess first. Let's clean up our mess. Okay. I think back then I didn't have my Kentep wipes, so that may have been how all that flux was still somehow in those pins from back in April. Um, that's when I found out that's when I found out it's Kentec wipes. They do a miracle whenever we're doing cleaning. Before I used to use just Q-tips, but these Q-tips didn't clean very well. Okay, there we go. That right there, they soldered on. Beautiful pins. That's what you call perfection. Literally. Let me go ahead and just, it's my brush only. Try to get as much as I can in there. Get this flux out. Okay. Alrighty. That is done. Now, for those of you that actually waited, or still waiting, this is the next step that you guys were asking me about. How exactly do you take care of the liquid metal? Did I get liquid metal on my hand? I probably did. Just got liquid metal on my workbench over here. Make sure I didn't get any liquid metal anywhere on this board, because liquid metal is conductive. That was not liquid metal. What about at the bottom? Nope. Okay. So the way you take care of this, as well as the heatsink. So heatsink as well as the APU. We use regular cotton swabs. We use a couple of them. You soak one end, which I just did, with isopropyl alcohol. And what we're going to do is clean out the liquid metal along with the oxidation that's built up on this. And the way I do that is, again, isopropyl alcohol, and it is 99.9% isopropyl alcohol. I don't recommend using anything below that. Maybe 99.7, but anything less than that, I honestly don't recommend. That additional percentage, it's literally water, and you don't want to put water on electronics unless you're willing to wait a few days until it dries out. All right, so that's that. As you can see, it's been cleaned. It looks like a mirror, literally. Grab another Q-tip dipped in isopropyl alcohol, and what we're going to do is scoop up the liquid metal that we just took off. Scooping it up, and we are going to push it onto the die of the APU. That's what we've done. Pushed it. Now the other end, it's a dry end, no isopropyl alcohol. The alcohol that we use should already been dry. So now we're going to, in a circular motion, just apply the liquid metal on the die. You'll hear a squeaky sound. When you hear the squeaky sound, that means it's actually the liquid metal is grabbing a hold of the APU. And just spread it evenly. Just spread it evenly. I'll give it a few passes. And just make sure that there is no dry spot anywhere on there. APU is ready. Now we got to do the same process with the heatsink. The heatsink was definitely heavily oxidated. How can you tell, you may ask? Because it's darker. My Q-tip is actually darker than it was with the APU. So this one I'm probably going to use this other Q-tip I'm using right now and just give it a few passes. Okay, let's use this other end and do the same thing. So make sure that oxidation is completely gone. Okay. My Q-tip's no longer black. Grab another Q-tip, dip it in alcohol, and then scoop up the liquid metal. Okay. Scooped up. We use a dry end. Super Tech, this is Leo. How can I help you? Doing good. How can I help you, sir? You're calling from who? I'm not interested, sir. If you could please put me on the do not call list. Thank you. I was a merchant trying to sell the services, and I already have a merchant service. I don't need any other merchant services, so whenever they call, I just tell them, please place me on a do not call list, because I don't want to be bothered about them selling me any sort of a product, as I already have one, and I'm satisfied with it, so. Alrighty. We're going to respread this one more time. I did see a small dry spot in there on the edge. Just need to make sure that it was gone. Okay. So now the liquid metal here, it's spread. It's spread over here as well. And we're going to go ahead and put the console back together. Now, so before we fully put it back together, we're going to test to make sure that it is going to display for us. Now, yesterday we were having issues with my Elgato, which I do need to make an investment and buy a game capture card that installs onto my PC versus this external one. I just haven't bought the device. I'll probably buy it sometime in the next few days, because I feel like the external one is the one that's causing the issues, preventing the gameplay to show on my stream. Okay. Now let's go ahead and plug this in real quick. Let's see if the work we just did fixed the problem of no display, because it did receive an impact. So okay, power cable, HDMI cable. Let me put my TV on. And then we'll change the scene here. Okay, TV's on, power button's on. It's turning on, as you can see, the white light. And let's go ahead and change the scene here. Let's see if we'll see anything show up on the screen right now. It's still a black screen. What's my tester saying? Tester saying it's good. I should be seeing some sort of display. Now, it did receive an impact. Oh, there we go. Thank God. I was going to say it did receive an impact. So sometimes during an impact, sometimes dials tend to go bad, and I'm hoping that that's not the case, but I'm glad it isn't. All right, so it's rebooting again right now. It went to a blue light. It's doing the initial checkup, so. And again, my screen over here, it's not showing the logo again. It's displaying on my end, but it's not displaying on you guys' end again. That's what I'm talking about. This. Yeah. Yeah, it's not displaying on you guys' end. Let me reboot it. The game capture card, that is. I'm gonna reboot the game capture card, because we definitely want to show you guys that it is working. That's what I had to do yesterday, by the way. There it is. And it is displaying. All right, let's go ahead and turn it off. I was going into rest mode instead of turning off. Looks like the customer may have turned off the beep sound, which is, I was trying to listen for the beep sound, so I pressed it twice. It's okay though. We're gonna turn it off anyways. Just unplug it. And let's go ahead and put this thing back together. And then on to the next. Same thing for the next one. I think it's also an HDMI. And after that would be a safe mode repair. The next one I'm not going to explain as much because I'm sure it's probably the same viewers we have now. So it won't be as detailed. I'm just going to do the work. If you have any questions, just feel free to ask. And I can definitely do the best I can to try to answer it for you. Okay, baby boy, hold on. Babe. I literally forgot to change my scene. Okay. There we go. Daily mix. Can we? Good night. Production Danny. Avions. Trying to see what type of daily mix we can put on without getting any sort of a YouTube strike of any sorts.
Sit down again. Go sit down.
All right, let's give it a quick wipe, and then we'll do the next one. Well, we still have to shop back the other side as well. What I sprayed on right now is just plain alcohol, 99.9 isopropyl alcohol. Usually that does the job, or we can use fabuloso. Either or works just fine. Okay, this side is clean. The only area we don't spray isopropyl is the front area because that is glossy, and isopropyl will definitely remove any glossiness of the console. So you don't want to spray isopropyl on the front side. I'm just gonna shop vac this area real quick. Alrighty, so there was some sort of stickiness in this area. Unfortunately, they didn't pay for cleaning. I did shop vac all the dust, of course. We do that with every single console, but when it comes to cleaning, however, usually we offer the services, and if they choose to do the cleaning, although we already reapplied the liquid metal, the cleaning wouldn't tell us also cleaning any stickiness surrounding that area. Make sure we didn't get this part dirty again, because my workbench does tend to get dirty every now and then. Now this here, we are going to just spray some fabuloso. So fabuloso on the napkin, and then we're going to wipe the front down. The goal that we want to do is make sure that it looks better condition than what it came with. So externally, this thing is going to look, well, I'm not going to say necessarily new because there's still scratches, but almost new. Hey, they even got the old label on here from when I last worked there. Huh? Oh, he wants it left alone? Oh, okay. All right, so we're going to go ahead and test one more time. Okay, it's turning on. I can't hear the beep, which is why I'm looking at it. console itself is turning on my end over here. Let me see without having to, yeah, we can. I guess it's not gonna work. Or just, oh, it's not. It's gonna be the. Guess we'll just switch the scene. Let's see if it's gonna work. There it is. It is a digital, so there's no game to test. Otherwise, this console's ready for it to be picked up. Go ahead and close out the ticket, and we'll get the next one. Okay. Alrighty. That one's done. HDMI, power, displays, turns on. Let's create this invoice. And customer has been notified. Okay, let's grab the next one. Oh, we have 3 more. Here, I thought we only had 2. Another one? Oh, Matt sent another one? Okay. Got another one here. This one's a BPOM, no power. So this is actually a no power issue. Actually, before we work on this one, let's work on a safe mode one, because this one's should be, in my opinion, hopefully quicker than that one. No power sometimes can take us a bit longer. So we're going to do this one real quick. So this one hasn't been opened. So first things first, what we're going to try to do is actually manually push the update. Let's see if we can do the update via the network. I don't know if the customers ever tried doing it via the network. If they did not, then I guess we'll do it via USB. So we'll do it via network first. Okay. We're doing this one first. I'm just putting my ticket in progress and starting the timer. I want to see how long it's going to take us to get this done. All right, let me grab a controller real quick. Ready. Okay, I got a controller. And I got my cable. Okay. Oh, I guess it needs to reinitialize. They're gonna lose everything with a reinitialization. Let me see if I can find my thumb drive here. I think this is my thumb drive. Okay, I undid that. Alright, yep, I have my PlayStation 5 updates on this one. The one I have is from April, so I need to update, get the newest one right now. Alright, so this one needs the reinstallation file, so that's what I'm downloading right now. Should take less than 30 seconds. And then we're going to grab that file and move it over to our thumb drive. Meanwhile, let me delete this file. Let me grab a new file. Okay, we're gonna cut this. I don't want to have one of the things that I used to do. It's have multiple of the same files in there, and it would just rename it at the end, adding a 1, 2, or 3, or 4. Now instead of copying these files, I'm cutting it and then pasting it into the thumb drive. That way, I have no source of that file on my PC. So when I re-download another one again, it comes with the proper naming convention of that file. Or else you have to delete, the extension of the 1, 2, 3, whatever additional extension it places on there. All right, it's moving the file over into my thumb drive right now. It's going to take roughly, I don't know, a minute or so. And then we'll reinstall it. Now this thing is in Spanish. Although I can speak Spanish, reading it, however, it's different for me. Am I still live? My chat's like literally dead. Do we still have any viewers currently watching? You don't count. My wife says she's watching. I told her she doesn't count. I'm not sure if we've still got any viewers. Do we have viewers back here? I don't know. Who am I talking to? Is there anyone on here? Maybe Pennywise is still there? Last time you said I'm still here. My wife is over there, by the way. Somewhere over there. Well, never mind. She walked away. All right, let me check to see if this finished moving over. Yep, it finished moving over. All right, let me unmount my thumb drive. Safe to remove. Just grab the thumb drive and let's plug it in to the back of this console. Okay, I see the light coming on the console, on the thumb drive. Except how it got to safe mode, I don't know. I don't know what they did. They must have done something. Yes. And they should reinstall the operating system. They must have done something to delete the operating system, to be honest. With what they did, I don't know. Now, they were saying that the console itself was overheating. which is why it placed them into getting this resolved. But that's two separate issues. We could offer the cleaning services for them, but I guess it's they're trying to save money, of course, so they just chose just to do this only. And we'll finish this. It'll probably go into the dashboard, and it'll be ready for them to play. They may end up coming back saying, "Hey, it's still shutting down." Well, you didn't ask to fix that issue. You asked to fix the safe mode problem, which is two separate issues. And we're not in the. You still got to keep on the lights, and pay bills and such. I wonder how TikTok is actually showing. My wife takes my phone away all the time. How does it appear on TikTok? Okay, it doesn't look that bad on TikTok. On TikTok. Does not look that bad on TikTok. I thought it was going to, but no, it does not. Okay, PlayStation's rebooting. We need to lose some weight, y'all. I don't know. Should I do like a 30-day challenge, try to lose some weight and whatnot, and post it on this channel, or create a separate channel for that? Except I feel very insecure having to take pictures of myself. Okay, it failed. It actually failed. It actually failed. All right. So let's go ahead and turn this thing off. It failed. So doing the manual update did not work. So we're gonna open it up. We're gonna check to see if something else has happened here. So sometimes what can happen. So what it does when it's going through the update process, it's validating that everything's working. I did check to see if the optical drive is working in the sense that it is taking in games, and it is. This one's not dirty. It's dirty from here, but not from there. We're gonna clean this up real quick. All right, just remove this warranty sticker. So maybe I thought it's gonna be the optical drive ribbon cable, but in this scenario, it doesn't seem like maybe. I'll check those fuses, I guess. Let me just clean this dust though. All right, so first things first, what I'm going to do is check these fuses real quick. I'm going to unplug this real quick. Um, this is going to be somewhat difficult, and that's only because it's actually powering on. It's just going straight into safe mode. When it goes into safe mode, it's because it's going through the check process, and during that check process, something's failing or it's not being detected. The power for the optical drive, it's here. However, when I tested earlier, it was actually detecting the optical drive, like a game would actually go in and it would go out. So I kind of thought maybe that wasn't it. However, I'm going to check right now. Where's my multimeter at? I'm looking for my multimeter, and I don't know where it's at. I guess I'll have to use this other multimeter, because I don't know what I did with this other one. Seriously? I had it earlier today. Did I test something back here? No. Man, I'm about to go nuts. I don't find it. Guess I'll use this multimeter for now. Oh, there it is. Woo. It's my favorite multimeter, by the way. I've got one that's was more expensive than this one, but I guess I'm more of a simple person. I prefer this one over the other ones that were more expensive. All right, so I've got it in diode and continuity mode. And the fuses I'm going to test is fuse 5401, F5401, and F5402. Those fuses control from the optical drive being able to operate properly. So I'm gonna check these fuses. Okay, that one has continuity, which is good, and that one has continuity. Okay, so I'll put this aside real quick, and I'm just checking this. Although it took in a game, I am just checking this real quick to see if maybe there's just some sort of a fault with the optical drive. I don't know why it would go into safe mode. These only have caps, just to make sure that these caps are not shorted. They should not beep. I think we have a shorted cap over here. We do have a shorted cap right over here. Yep, we have a short. Let me show you guys. Scope. Okay. Is that a short? These two? Let me make sure if I'm actually getting a bad reading. Even with this one. Let me grab a board. I have a motherboard here for an optical drive somewhere. Okay. Okay. Put this aside real quick. The exact same setup. No, it's not as short. That's how it is. That's a resistor. Alright, give me a second, y'all. Let me go get my little boy real quick. Alrighty. So the issue was not What? Yes. All right, so we're going to try this again, the update, but we're going to do it with it being taken apart. Actually, I do need this for the fan. I'm trying to think what else can it be. Potentially a Southbridge problem. Could also be the BIOS that's corrupted. And if that's the case, it's not going to cost them what it's costing now. It's going to be more. And I'd have to call and get approval before we can actually proceed. Okay, let's try again. The thumb drive is right here. Plug that in real quick. Fan is spinning. Reinstall, accept, yes. Okay, resetting to factory defaults, which is fine. Optical drive is working. Earlier, whenever this was going on, I kind of failed to keep an eye on it. I just let it run, and I didn't know what all transpired. Another thing is that it's in Spanish, so it kind of messes me up a bit because I am not necessarily fluent in reading it. I can speak it, but not necessarily read it. This one was supposed to be a faster repair than this other one. Can't reset your console. Select OK to try again. What is going on here? CE 100607. Let me look that up real quick. Let me see if I've worked on that before. Let's see if I have that error message in my. Uh, oh, that's gonna be an issue with the storage. Hmm. All right, let's do this. Let me do another thumb drive. I'm thinking maybe my thumb drive is faulty. It could be a possibility, so I'm going to try one more thumb drive real quick. Since it could be my thumb drive that's faulty. So we'll try one more. Now we're going to format this. Super Tech, this is Leo. How can I help you? Who is this again? I'm sorry. No, yes, sir. Your PlayStation 5 is ready. We close at 8, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. We'll see you then. Thank you, sir. You're welcome. Bye. All right, I'm going to go ahead and format my thumb drive real quick. That one, format it. We're going to format to FAT32, which is default. This is PS5. Quick format, yes. There we go. And then we're going to create a folder called update. All capital word. All capitalize. Update. And we're going to re-download that update again. Should only take a few seconds. And then move it over to the thumb drive. It's the only thing I can think of because it's asking for a reinstallation, which it is a reinstallation file. It's not an update file, but more so an installation file. And that's what we're doing with that other thumb drive. Okay, cut. And we're going to paste this inside the update folder. Paste. And then we got to name a fold. Oh, no. And the root directory of this thumb drive, we got to name a folder PS5. Okay, file still transferring over. Come on, 30 seconds. Could it be that I am plugging in? Let me see. I plugged it in when it was already there. It doesn't hurt to try again. While we wait for this thing to transfer the files. Okay. Okay, this thumb drive finish. Eject. If that fails, we'll try this last attempt. And if it fails, that's because the actual internal storage is bad. And then we'll just have to call the customer on this one. It's just something we can certainly work on. It's just a longer process, and it's a lot more costly. This will be more of a motherboard repair versus a simple just using a thumb drive scenario. One thing I've noticed that always hangs on that 99%. It hangs at that 99%. Yeah. Okay, let's remove this thumb drive. Let's try another thumb drive. Okay. It's going to reboot with the new thumb drive being on. I don't think the issue is going to be the thumb drive, but and troubleshooting steps that I just read, it said that could be a potential cause. Thumb drive could be formatted incorrectly or something along those lines. So I'm using a completely different thumb drive now. It says it's rebooting, but I'm not showing anything on the display. It is rebooting here. There it is. Will it have any a different reaction? I don't know. So it's no longer reading my thumb drive. It's going through this reset process first. And I guess it goes to the download right afterwards. So, Yeah, it's probably gonna give us the same error message because it has to go through the reset process before it can actually. Hmm. Mm-mm. Then it hung itself again. Okay. Let me unplug it real quick. I'm gonna unplug it. I'll plug it back in. I'll try one other thing. I'm gonna press and hold the power button until it takes us into safe mode. Seeing if the other options are going to be re-enabled. Rebuild database and such. Let's see if it lets us do that. Okay. Got a second beep. What? Do we still have to do that? Kidding me? And we got another one of these bots. I'm gonna turn it off, and then we're going to safe mode. This Rame, whatever, 67, 69, these people just need to stop literally spamming the same stuff. How can I block these people? Okay, safe mode. It just keeps going into something went wrong. No, this time it's got me a bit stopped. It is going to be storage, though. This one's a different error message. Let me see this error message. CE-120645-8. Yeah, it's gonna be the SSD, either the SSD controller chip, or which I would need to read UART. However, they did not. They did not do the repair for motherboard repair. This is more of a using the thumb drive scenario, so we'll call, get approval before we proceed. We're just gonna put the rest of the screws on before, because they may end up saying no, because originally they were just trying to save cost. So they may say no to the repair either way. So I'm just gonna put it together and just wait. And I won't do the work unless, of course, we're getting paid for it. So. Alright, we're almost done putting this back together. Put this over there. Put it in the pending section. And I'll send them a. I'll send them a. I'll call them actually. I'll call them right now. This is a no power repair. So this one we will definitely be working on doing the actual repair itself, as it is a no power issue on this one. Let me call the customer real quick just to let her know regarding that one and see if they even want to proceed with it. Alrighty, we're back. We're back. If only PlayStations were built like Steam Decks. Steam Decks, they have their own problem, man. Steam Decks, they have their own problem. Literally. Charging port problems, they break fairly easy as well. Just pull out the batch storage and do a fresh install, although I guess having all of the hardware soldered on the same board will make it does make it faster when it's soldered on. So that one, I did try calling the customer, but she's got a 787, which I have no idea what area code that is. Huh? Well, that we can't call that number, so uh, I can't get a hold of that customer, baby. You're gonna have to send her an email or a text message. Send her an email. Let her know that it's not the USB thumb drive. It would be the $230 cost for the motherboard repair. And ask for approval if she wants to proceed. Unfortunately, it's not going to be done today. But just ask for approval. Because it is going to be either the SSD controller or the actual the SSDs themselves, the actual soldered on chips. So just write all that in the email and send it to her and tell her that we're not able to call her number out because it's a Puerto Rico number. Just so if she could give us a call back. Why would people still have Puerto Rico numbers here in the U.S.? I don't know. Huh? I don't know why. We can't dial them. We can't dial a Puerto Rico number. Not from the shop number. We can dial it from our cell phone, yes, but not from the shop number. It just doesn't like the Puerto Rico number. All right, so this one's already been opened once before. Did I do a repair on this one? I'm not sure why, but this looks familiar, but I don't know if I've done a repair on this one before. Okay, I'm gonna open up the ticket real quick. Or actually, not the ticket. I'm gonna look him up real quick. Let's see, have I worked on this before? Nope, I have not. So, I have not worked on this before. It's been worked on before, but not by me. Someone did open it up. Now, just by this sticker being removed here, this has dropped already. About 20-30% of success. Because I don't know if someone's already attempted to repair it. And if they did, hopefully we don't find a whole bunch of touching everywhere, because that can cause issues with our being able to repair this. Now I'm going to remove this real quick, and then we're going to see what symptoms it actually has. Is it beeping on, beep off? Oh man, y'all, look at this. So they put this screw here, and that screw does not go there at all. It's supposed to be a silver screw, and I think they put a long screw. And I forgot to change the scene. Sorry about that. It has a screw here that's not. That's this.
Yeah. They only.
You only open it and clean it. Okay. Now it has a screw here that's not meant to go there. And that could cause what's called a long screw damage. So that's concerning, actually. I'm not sure what screw size they put on this one, but we'll find out. Because it's supposed to be a silver screw here. and it has a black screw, and they put a certain size screw here for a reason. I'll try not to be as harsh with you. I'll try not to be as harsh. But we're starting off bad already. We are starting off bad. Let's see if it actually, did it go? See, and the reason why we take this off here is it allows us to remove off of the optical drive. We put a little bit of pressure here. That's a long screw too. Ooh. That is a long... That screw was not meant to go there. So your optical drive may be toast. Your optical drive may be toast. Because it went through there. And that probably went halfway through. Let's check your optical drive real quick. Let's see what was potentially what was damaged. Oh, man. You had a feeling you put it together wrong? It's okay, man. It happens. If someone hasn't opened it before, something's meant to happen. Let's see if anything. Hopefully there's no damage in this thing, in your optical drive. However, that's a long screw. So, just in comparison, I'm going to give you a comparison real quick. The screw that's supposed to go there. Let me manual focus real quick. In comparison here. The screw that's supposed to go in there is the silver one here. The screw that was in there is the black one. Look at the size of it. So, yeah, it's one of those things where I'm afraid that there may have additional issues with the optical drive if it went through there. Good thing is the logic board is here, only mechanism's there, but it's got a black shielding over it, or a black case. I just hope it didn't go through it. We'll find out right now, actually. Hopefully there's no issues, though. Okay. We got one screw left over here. Okay. Oh, this one was also open before. Optical drive was open. So that hole went right through here, through there. It punctured a hole on the plastic. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to zoom back out. I'm doing a bad job as a video recording. So it did puncture a hole through the actual optical drive. Let me see if I zoom in here and show real quick. So right here is where that screw, of course, it's supposed to stop. It's not supposed to go all the way in, but in this scenario, it went all the way through, and I don't know what's underneath that. So let's open it up and find out. Okay. And there's a game in here as well. Final Fantasy. The Spirits Within. You got good taste in games, I will say. Alright, let me put this game aside for now. Alright, so that hole went through there. Did it do any damage to the disc? No. You're actually lucky. All I did was damage to the plastic. It missed the entire optical drive. So this is the optical drive, the lens, and all that. There's that board there. It actually missed this entire. It got here, and it just came in there. But I bet you that if it were to attempt to open, because this literally goes all the way up there, it probably would have hit there as well. So the important stuff, it did not go through. It's a good thing we did release it. So this optical drive should still work. So you dodged the bullet there. Dodge the bullet. Optical drive is good. It's not broken. Although there's a hole there. I don't think the hole should cause any issues for you. But yeah. I'm gonna mess it up here already myself. Putting the wrong screw in the wrong hole. Good thing it's a smaller screw versus a bigger screw, though. not a long screw damage. But at least we did confirm the optical drive is still good, though. It didn't go through any major components. It didn't break any mechanisms internally. It just went through it went through the plastic parts original. Now, these are calibrated a certain way, so I'm hoping that it doesn't lose its calibration in any way, shape, or form. That's if we are able to get this PS5 working, of course. The hopes is that we do. Fingers are starting to get tired. Too many screws here. Alright, let's put this ribbon cable on. I'm going to put this aside. Okay. Set that aside. Alright, let's test to see what sort of symptoms this thing actually has. Is there a beep on, beep off? Just no power at all? Okay. No signs of life. Oh. So that means we probably do have 12 volts. It did beep once. This screw over here does not go there. That screw was placed in the wrong hole. Let's say it's just a right screw, however, it went on top of the optical drive. That's the one that actually went on the optical drive. Let me change my battery real quick, because this thing is going a bit slower than I would like. It needs more juice. There we go. Make sure I got all the screws. Nope. Forgot one. There we go. Alrighty. So first things first, what we got to do is check to see if we've got the 12 volts. Which, by that beep, it tells me that we do have 12 volts. Or we want to validate. Let's grab our multimeter real quick. Okay, my multimeter is currently in voltage mode, DC. And I've got my power supply or power cable right there plugged in. It was triple beeping earlier. It was triple beeping? It's not triple beeping for me. It's not beeping at all. It beeped once earlier. So it beeps once after pressing it various times. You can see, but there's no light. And it's not triple beeping. Triple beeping would be usually when, as soon as you plug it in, it will triple beep. But in this scenario, it's not doing that. Let me check something out real quick. Unplug that, because this ribbon cable can sometimes cause a 3.3 volt short. So I'm going to unplug that. Plug the power cable back in. Nope. Same thing. Single beep. That's all I'm getting off of this. Alright, so I'm going to check my voltage real quick. Put this aside. Voltage. We do have 12 volts coming in. Right up here, we're supposed to have 3.3, 5 volts actually. Top right, we got 5 volts. Yes, we do. And then 3.2. Yep, we do. And then 3.3. We got 3.3 volts coming in. And we got our first fuse over here, F7002, which should have 5 volts going in. Yep, and 5 volts going out. And we do. And then we have a regulator here that converts that into 1.8. And that is the case. Alright, I'm going to unplug this real quick. Drain any battery off of it, or power. Any power, and I'm going to check my Southbridge chip real quick. Okay, that should be drained. Got it in diode mode, continuity mode. Okay, that's my ground. Okay, Southbridge is good. Let's check this dialogue chip. 1.2. 1.2. 0.4. This is a common area, usually, to receive some sort of a short. But in this scenario, we do not have a short in that area. Let's check our power button here. Okay, 1.2. 1.2. 1.8. And it's 1.8. I'm thinking it's because I'm actually still have the power supply on there real quick. Let me remove it out of here real quick. So I can get proper values and reading off of the power supply. I'm tired. I am tired. Mentally exhausted. You said that all you did was clean it and then all of a sudden it stopped working? Is that the case? Doing a visual inspection to see if I see anything burnt. Potentially. I don't see that it's been dropped. You know, I'm thinking maybe liquid metal just splattered all over the place, but that's not the case. Alright, we're going to put that aside real quick. Alrighty. So let's go ahead and check this side again. .2, okay. That's climbing up right there. I don't believe that's accurate. Hmm. Alright, so what I'm going to do right now, actually, let's check on my fuses real quick. I think there's something going on in this area, because it keeps increasing in voltage rail. So let me just check real quick my... I'm just checking common areas where sometimes capacitors just give themselves away. Alright, let me check my fuses. My fuses are on this other side. There's one fuse here, which we've already tested. That fuse is good. So we're going to check the fuses that's in this area over here. This is where I believe there's going to be some sort of a short. Black probe on ground. And let's check this area real quick. Ah, thought we would have had a... thought we would have had a short of sorts. That fuse, it's good. That fuse is also good. That fuse is also good. Huh. Here I'm thinking we're gonna find something here. Okay. This is also another common area over here. That's a F7502. That fuse is good. Okay, I think I found a short over here now. Alright, so we do have a short. So we got a short over here in this area. This here, these caps are shorted. Let me continue looking though. I didn't check these two fuses. I didn't check this one either. That fuse is good. I'm surprised F7502 is good when we have a short in that area. (7502) and 7501, which these fuses are for the optical drive. We got a blown fuse over here for one of the optical drive. Oh, never mind. Never mind. I just wasn't making proper contact. Alright, so the only area I've so far found a short on was here. It's near 7502. These two caps right there are shorted. Now let me grab a donor board so we can confirm and validate if in fact we're supposed to have continuity in that area. F75, this is EDM 010, which, okay, we can use this as a test because we got the same layout. It's a different revision. It's an EDM 010, but this one's EDM 020. So black probe on ground right here. It should not be shorted. It's got 1 point. It looks like it's got 1 point. It keeps on climbing. 2.2, 2.2, and up. However, with this one, I don't want to. This one's a good board, so I don't want to accidentally drop it. So let me put that aside. This one here, it's literally shorted to ground. All right, so what we're going to do is actually, we're going to, I was playing something, it blacked out, it gave me a double beep at first, looked it up, fixed, cleaned it, and then gave you a triple beep. Okay. So what we're going to do here is actually inject some voltage on that rail, and it'll tell us where exactly potentially the short's at. It could be one of those two caps. It could be one of these two caps here, or it could be something else. I could just solder it to there, but I'm going to use this pad here. I don't want to solder to the capacitors. I'm going to create my own pad. That we can solder to be able to inject some voltage. We're going to inject voltage right here. Okay. Let me grab my power supply, and we're going to inject just a volt. Single volt at 3 amps. We're going to inject a single volt, 3 amps. Okay. Single volt, 3 amps. That's what we're going to inject in this. It's the easier and fastest way of us being able to diagnose this. Making sure there's no components underneath this thing where I'm putting my ground. Let's go ahead and switch over. We're going to use our thermal camera and then look and hunt down for this short. You can see where the heat's at. Heat signature. It'll tell us what actually the problem is. And I'm gonna do this while playing this sick music I'm playing right now. I love this song. Every time I hear it, from Bloodsport. All right, let me put this to. Now we're gonna do 1.5 volts. Okay. 1.5 volts being injected at 3 amps. Let's see if anything appears to be hot. We are getting 1 point. Quite a bit of it actually being taken, but I'm not seeing anything getting hot besides my lead. Oh, pro? Oh, wow. Overheating? Wow. Okay, so I'm not seeing anything getting hot on this end. And I don't want that lead to break, so I turned it off right now. I'm going to use this to prop it up, and let's see if anything gets hot on this end. Something should be getting hot, but I don't see nothing. So this lead is what's getting hot. Show yourself. Nothing. All I'm seeing is the Okay, I see it. I see it. I see it. I see it. Let me grab my marker. Oh, man. Where is my... Oh, there it is. Okay. I needed my marker to be able to pinpoint it. There it is. Huh. Can't believe that actually went bad. Never had that go bad before. Alright, let me go ahead and undo this. And then we'll show you what we found here. What's getting hot. I'm gonna lower the volume down now on that thing. So what's getting hot here? It's getting hot in here. Is this component over here, which honestly, this component it's very rare when it actually goes out. I think I've never had this component go out. This one here. Unless it's the capacitor, but I don't know if it was the cap or that component. But let me get my multimeter real quick. It is shorted. It's not shorted on this end, but it's shorted on this end. I think it's going to be that capacitor. Let's remove that capacitor and then let's check right afterwards. It'll suck if if your gameplay literally stopped working because of that tiny little capacitor. Add a little bit of flux. Be like, Sony, why are you making these so cheap? You can actually see a crack down the middle. There's literally a crack down this capacitor. Let me show you real quick. Do you guys see that crack in the middle? There's literally right there, there's a crack going down the middle on this one. And that's why it's actually shorted. This cap literally had a crack. Alright, let's check those two leads now. Let's see. Hey. Go put your socks on. Let's test real quick. There's no more short there. And remember the area that we were getting a short on? It was on this other side. Right over here. And a little bit, baby boy. We're going to check. My black probe is on ground. And there's no more short here. No more short. So the short now, the short circuit's been relieved. And let's go ahead and replace the capacitor here for this one. So what we're going to do is we're going to add some flux, add some Lydic solder. That's a vice, baby boy. Just leave it alone, okay? I don't want you to hurt yourself.
That's
A vice, not ice, vice. Yes, a vice. Ruby's calling you. Well, go ask Ruby what she wants. I don't know what Ruby wants. Go ask her. Okay. Now let me go grab a donor board to take that part from. Although I do have the capacitors, which I can get from a booklet, but I prefer getting the exact same values that go there. So I will use a donor board to get that specific component for the console. EDM020 010 010 020. Okay, let's go ahead and get the component out right there. Pre-patch, that stranding blew up. Yep, blew up a single cat. Ah, that cat just went flying. It just left to the ninth dimension. Literally. There it is. I found it. I actually found the cat. I thought it literally flew to the ninth dimension. Only if y'all knew how tiny this little capacitor is. That capacitor is so tiny, I can't believe I actually found it. I'm going to hold it in place until it actually solders on. I don't want to lose it. Alright, we're going to put a little bit of flux to this and just make sure it tacks down in place. There we go again, doing its thing. Okay. Soldered on. Let's go ahead and clean our mess and then we'll test. Okay. Let me go put this on the board back while we let the board cool off. What? Uh, yeah, I'm gonna want some, but I got quite a few repairs, babe, so just gonna have to wait. Make sure this cools off. Okay, it's not no more. I can't believe that tiny little capacitor sitting right there. It'll cause this for you, man. Let's go ahead and put this together. I'm not gonna mess with the liquid metal just yet. I just want to see if, in fact, potentially we may have power. And just to make sure that there's nothing else wrong with the board. Because sometimes I've had scenarios, I've had it a couple of times where I find one issue, I fix that problem, but there may be something else still wrong with the board. I am going to plug in this ribbon cable right there. I'm not going to put the heatsink just yet, the shield. I just want to know if we have any sort of power on the maybe display. Okay. Let's change my scene here. You guys want to see if the power's on as well? And maybe display. All right, let me put my fingers down here. We'll see a light here if the power's on. There's no light. I hear a beep, but there's no light. There's nothing. I just heard a single beep. That's it. Yeah, it's just a single beep. Let me see if anything's getting hot as I'm pressing it. So we know that capacitor was definitely causing a short. Board's still warm from whenever I was heating it up. So it'll be hard to see if anything's getting warm here. I don't see. So whenever I press the power button, I'm supposed to see the RAM chips initiate as well as my APU. But in this scenario, I'm not seeing it initiate at all. The only thing I'm seeing get hot or warm is over here. Maybe a single component. Maybe not. Nope, it's just a glare. I see the Southridge trying to initiate. Yeah, I'm seeing only the South Ridge trying to initiate. That's it. Nothing else. All right. I'll continue probing. What time is it? 6:33. Let's see. What else can we find? So I want to keep checking in that area because it looks like whatever happened could have potentially been near that area. Um, right over here. Let's check this surrounding area. Maybe there could have been another back component in this area as well. Back probe on ground. Checking to see if this component is still dead. It's not. Okay. I'm wondering if this main component may be bad. 2.2. Center's ground. 1.5. 1.4. And that's OL. Open line? Is that open line or does it have its own line? So I'm checking in the same vicinity, same area. That's OL. I'm not getting any sort of value from there. We'll check in this component to see if maybe it's bad. This is 1.4, 1.5, ground. That's 2.2. Let me grab this board.
Bubble gummies. This board does not have that specific component. Okay. Zero, 1, 2, 0. Okay. When I look at how you live your life, it inspires me to not give up.
Alrighty. Black probe. Get those same values from here. This should be 2 point. 2.2. I'm getting 0.9 here. 0.9. That's ground. And this one is showing as OL. This is showing at 0.7. Yeah, so there's definitely something going on this one here, because it's giving me, it's not necessarily a short, but it's over voltage. This line and diode mode, it's giving me readings of 2.2. So that would be like a 2.2 volt short. Oh, this no longer, I'm thinking this is bad. 1.5, that should be 0.7, 0.9. And this 0.2. Let's replace that. Let's replace that component, thinking maybe that's bad. Let me go grab the donor board I was using, not this one, because this one, it's not a donor board. Should have just kept it over there, to be honest, because I didn't. Okay, there it is. Super Tech, this is Leo. How can I help you? Unfortunately, monitors and or TVs we don't work on. Parts for monitors or TV tend to be pretty costly and end up amounting about the same cost of a new monitor. So we've that is correct. It's pretty delicate to work on those monitors. The screens themselves can crack when tearing down. So it's one of those things where to avoid liability of something potentially going wrong and the cost of parts, we've opted out from accepting TVs and monitors. Yeah, thank you. Mm-hmm. Okay, so this one is definitely going to give me a bit of a headache, by the way. I thought I had it, but no. We're going to see if maybe that component was the cause. Um, I believe it received some sort of a surge, which is why it's doing that. But let me check my values. It's still warm here, so it probably won't give me proper values. It's still giving me the same values, 2.2, 1.5. There's something here. So the one thing that's leading here to this line is this line here. Well, this line here. But where does that line lead? It's leading somewhere towards the back, which then leads here. So I'm going to look for signs of potentially another. See, this is where I just did some work. This is where I just did some work here. Let me check this area to see if we have any. Maybe a fuse? Nope. .7. Okay. We got another fuse over here. Nope, it's not shorted. So that line is leading here, I believe, because it's got the same values of 2.229, 2.2, 2.2. It's getting the same values on this side. Hmm. 2.6.
You said that chip, the PlayStation, they're waiting for us for approval. What chip is it? Right.
No, I haven't written. What are you talking about?
PlayStation 5 that you weren't.
Oh, you're supposed to let her know that it's not just a USB and pushing the the Sony's operating system, but it's a motherboard repair. It's potentially it's the storage. We don't know if it's the storage controller chip or the SSDs. It has a total of 6 SSDs that are soldered on. So it could either be one of the SSDs or the controller chip. Now, if it's the bottom SSDs, unfortunately, it's toast because those are married and they cannot be replaced. If it's the top ones, we can. The SSD or the SSD controller chip? I think I'm going to have to inject voltage again because I'm not able to figure this out. Not able to figure this one out. It's this line here. It's going here, it goes there. Was this line coming over here? No, it's not. This line touching any of these pins. Nope. Trying to see if this line comes back, but it doesn't. Okay. 2.7. Let me check the initial area that I found, which was over here. Could this chip have gone wrong? SPV. Oh, I forgot my black probe. I'm like, why isn't it giving me any values? Still getting 2.2 off of this. Thinking it's going to be this chip. But I don't want to just keep swapping chips though. But if a short went, came this one, shorted this out, it's a possibility that it could have done something to that chip. But let me remove that chip real quick. I'm just going to remove it. I'm not going to replace it. Ah! Damn, tweezers just burned me. I think it's warm, so it's not giving me anything. I'm gonna wait for that to cool off a little bit. Burn myself. That's the second time that's happened. Ooh, man. Brock, I'm sorry. It's gonna take a bit longer, bud. It's gonna take a bit longer. I know you're probably hoping it being done today, but this is the struggle when working on no powers. Trying to find a lead. I think that was it probably because I'm not getting any voltage now. I'm getting no values. Alright, let me get that SPV chip from this one. Okay. Now before I do put this SPV chip, I know I wasn't getting nothing on this side. Will we get anything on this side? Ah, again. Come on. On this side. 1.8. We're still getting that same voltage. So whatever the problem is, it's on this side of the board. Let me inject some voltage real quick. I didn't want to do it, but I'm gonna have to. Let me see what else gets up. It's a 2.2 volt short. That's what it is. Man, I'm sorry if you guys are hearing my little kids yell in the background. Okay. Alrighty. Nope. Nothing. Nope. There's 0 amps being drawn, so that's gonna be difficult. This is a type of short that's kind of difficult to locate when there isn't a physical, but you know you're getting incorrect values from that area. Oh, before I clean, let me go ahead and solder on this chip. I'm just gonna put a new chip just in case, but we know it's not gonna be the chip, the SPV chip. Oh, I thought it had gotten tacked down. It's still loose. So whatever's providing the incorrect values for us right now, we know that it's on off of this side of the rail now. Through here, because we were getting incorrect values from these capacitors. From here. It shows 1.2 now. Right here shows 2. Shows 1.2. Oh, 0.4. Oh, 0.9. 0.5. 0.5. And climbing. Let's see if it'll get past that, though. Yeah, it's still going up. And that is still 2.2. That's not correct. What else can it be, though? I'm afraid it could potentially be... It's heading towards the SSD controller and all that. 0.6, 0.8. 0.6, 75002. 7502. 7502. Let me check these values from a known good board. Yeah. No, that's correct then. Open it in climbing. 2.2 in climbing. Okay, so that's right. These, however, okay. 1.4, 1.4. Stays at 1.4. One point three. Hmm. 2.4, and then on this one I'm getting 2.291. I don't know. I'm getting different behaviors now. Get this board out of the way. Let's see if this thing initializes when injecting 12 volts into it. I want to see where voltage actually stops. Let's see what my power supply does here. We're going to do channel 2. 12 volts. 3 amps. Channel 2. Oh no, I gotta do channel 1 because That's where my leads are at. Hmm. Okay. It goes up to 0.6 amp and it stays there. It's not doing nothing from there. And it drops. It's supposed to initiate and it's not doing that. I think I need a fresh. Oh, Southbridge. It literally stops at the Southbridge. Southbridge is the only thing that's getting warm. Nothing else. Let me see. Again, just a Southbridge. I think this could be a Southbridge issue. Let's check the Southbridge again. I swear I checked the Southbridge. Zero 0.583, 1.2. $1.7.
Nope. That.
1.5. Two point two. Okay. Let's check another Wi-Fi check, cause I need to find another lead. And I can't seem to find another lead. I think the only other lead is potentially just it being a CPU issue. I mean, not a CPU, Southbridge chip. However, it's not giving me bat values as I'm reading the values off of the Southbridge chip. Could it be a corrupted firmware? Because earlier he did say he was getting 3 beeps. So usually 3 beeps wouldn't tell a corrupted firmware, which the BIOS chip is right here. But I'm not getting 3 beeps anymore. That's where I'm somewhat... That's where I'm lost now, because it's stopping at the Southbridge, which is Southbridge here, and it's not initiating any of the RAM chips and or the CPU. Nothing is initiating. The only thing that's happening, it is getting 12 volts. We know we have our 5 volt rail, 3.3, 3.2 volt rail, 1.8 volt rail. We have those rails. It was missing 2.2, but we restored it because of a cracked capacitor. And now I'm having difficulties finding the lead to what it could potentially be. I don't know what it could be because I'm not able to find any sort of bad value or a capacitor showing to be shorted. Fuses are good. The only thing that's getting warm is the Southbridge, which that's the only thing that makes me think potentially maybe the Southbridge. But when I check the components on the Southbridge, they are given accurate values. They're not giving me incorrect values. So, the only other thing, and there's not a way of testing, could be potentially a corrupted firmware. Literally, a corrupted firmware. That's the only other thing I can think of. Let me check something real quick. Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that, y'all. Let me check my Discord. You know what? I can actually read this up, Rich, now. I'm spending too much time here. I can read this up. The only thing is, the software I used to use is no longer available. It was taken down.
Are you able to read TikTok?
Why?
Error log by chance?
Well, that's what I'm about to do. Try to read the error logs using UART. TikTok is not coming across in my chat for whatever reason.
Bobby, Bobby. No, I want Bobby.
Yeah, TikTok is not coming across in my chat at all. What? Alright, so let's see if we're able to read UART real quick. ADM020. You open up that file. Grab. Where is... I have to have it somewhere on here. I haven't read UART in a good minute. Ever since all the drama and stuff happened with y'all know who, which honestly, apart from what he did, his software was good. Where is my UART reader? Yeah, I got that. Because I'm going to have to get me another one. I didn't want to get another one. There it is. I didn't want to do the whole UART thing. The Coda software, I guess it's better to use something rather than nothing, per se. But I don't like the fact, there's some things still going on with the Coda software. I need a USB extender, actually. I'm gonna have to order me one because I don't have one. I'm gonna have to use that one there. Will this reach? I think it will. Okay. The pins that I need are going to be the ones. These two. And then I need to get ground. I always forget which one's ground. I think it's that one. Yeah, that is ground. We're going to read UART, or at least try to. Wake up. RX. TX. Ground. Alrighty. RX, TX, ground. We got that. This is gonna be my ground over here. We'll just put that there. Get 12 volts over here. Oh, you're so tired? Okay. Let me get a power button. Where is my power button? Guess I'll have to go get another power button. Move, everybody. I need you to move. Okay. Got a power button over here. What? Oh, yeah? Oh, okay.
But
Okay. Get over there, please. Alrighty. Got a power board. Let me plug this in. Should be detected. Just inject some voltage. Goes up. Power board's here. Okay, be done. Okay. We go ahead and launch the software. If I'm able to, that is. I don't know. Come on. It's just sitting there right now. Hmm. 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 No longer hosted. Bueno,
Sí, bueno.
sí, bueno. Sí intenté hablar yo, nomás que desafortunadamente nosotros no podemos hablarle a un número de teléfono de Puerto Rico. No deja hacer la llamada, así que me disculpa. Pero lo que está sucediendo con el PlayStation de ustedes es que el storage que están soldadas en el motherboard, uno de los storage, no sé cuál de esos está malo. Puede ser el SSD controller o el SSD que esté malo y tiene 6 chips. Así que uno de esos chips está malo. No sé cuál de ellos es. Um, nomás tres, nomás tres de los chips se pueden intercambiar. Tres que están abajo no se pueden intercambiar porque están casados con el APU. Así que si viene siendo uno de los chips que no se puede intercambiar, desafortunadamente la consola no va a tener reparo. Ah,
Ok. Y te pregunto, ¿verdad? Para eso,
ujú.
para saber cuál es, si no tiene reparo la consola,
me cobran como quiera los 130, los 230, perdón.
No, si no se puede reparar, lo que se cobra es el costo de diagnostics y el intento de reparo, que viene siendo $50. Ahora, si se repara, pues se le cobra la cantidad completa.
Ok, ok. Y te pregunto, yo había verificado,
Ujú,
yo le quité más que la tapa que cubre el cover
ujú.
para, para mirarlo. Yo noté como que el abanico lento. No sé si soy yo o es que es así. No, no, esa reparación que van a hacer.
El abanico está
No,
trabajando como debe de trabajar. Lo único modo que se comienza a expirar más rápido es cuando se está sobrecalentando. Ah, pero está trabajando como debe.
ok, y te pregunto, esa reparación, ¿verdad? Cuando si se hace,
Ujú.
eh, ¿eso incluye limpieza o
No,
solamente la reparación?
eso nomás incluye la reparación. Limpieza es adicional.
Ok. Y bueno, me tiene que decir, ¿verdad? Cuál, si tiene reparación o no.
Claro.
Ok. Son 230. Ok.
Ya nomás nos deja saber si ustedes deciden proceder. am, o, o si deciden no proceder. Sí tenemos nosotros ahorita una consola que es digital, no es de disco a 350, si están interesados en ese. Teníamos uno de disco a 360 nomás que ya se vendió. Los otros que tenemos de disco los tenemos a 410 porque tienen custom faceplates por de fuera. Eso es si deciden, ¿verdad?, comprarse una consola que no se le ha trabajado, ¿verdad? Lo único que se le hizo fue limpieza por dentro. Eso es lo que nosotros hacemos. Cuando hacemos refurbish, los limpiamos completamente por de adentro y les ponemos nuevos faceplates para que les dé un poco más de character a las consolas.
Ok. ¿Y cuánto es la limpieza que hacen?
La limpieza cuando ya tiene servicio, nomás se le agrega de $35 de más. Ahora, si se hace la limpieza solamente la pura limpieza, 120. Pero como ya
Ok,
tiene servicio, sería $35 adicionales.
ok. No le pregunto porque yo había llevado otro PlayStation a otro lugar,
Ujú.
porque me hablaron de ustedes.
Ok.
eh, y como en ese sitio me habían dicho que si la reparación era con ellos, que le hacía con ellos, pues me incluían la limpieza, ¿me entiendes? Porque ya de una vez iban a trabajar en eso.
Ok. No, no,
Pero,
no sé yo quién será. Nosotros, desafortunadamente, como es hora de obra adicional, haciendo limpieza y se tarda más uno, desafortunadamente yo no incluyo la limpieza. Lo único que limpio es cuando estoy abriéndolo nomás, pero no voy todo completamente al heatsink, al power supply, que cuando se ensucia, no abro todo, ¿verdad? Nomás limpio a lo que yo estoy reparando nomás, a lo demás no se limpia, por eso, porque no está incluido.
ok,
I'm left now, thankfully.
entonces serían $35 adicionales, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Ok.
They're attracted to the heat.
Y si es el caso que se pueda cambiar, que se pueda arreglar, reparar,
Sí.
voy a tener después problemas con eso mismo o ya al repararlo va a durar o es depende del uso?
Eso depende del uso. Lo que pienso que haya sucedido con la consola, no sé exactamente qué fue lo que sucedió, pero lo que pienso que haya sucedido es probably, ¿verdad? Probablemente sería que recibió alguna clase como de power surge o algo así, que causó que ya no trabajara ya el storage. Um, Tocaron algo que no se debe haber tocado y causó que se arruinó el storage.
Porque la consola estaba funcionando bien.
Ujú,
Mi hijo es el que la usa y él descargó el juego de 2K de básquetbol
ujú.
y lo descargó normal y cuando empezó a jugar ahí fue que se apagó solo y entonces salió el problema.
Ok, sí.
Que no hubo un apagón de luz, ¿verdad? No hubo un apagón, estuvo raro.
Ok, entonces se acabó solamente el storage. Porque lo que está sucediendo es que no está detectando cuando se intenta establecer el sistema o a instalar el sistema, vamos a decir. Aparece el error, ¿verdad? Me parece de dos códigos. Y los dos códigos estaba presentando que hay un problema con storage que necesita ser reformatted. En ese entonces yo pensé que a lo mejor el SSD que estaba usando yo, el USB thumb drive que estaba usando yo. Entonces decidí irme al safe mode, que se presiona el botón, se detiene y me apareció otro segundo código, que ese código me está diciendo que no está detectando el storage. Y por eso es que cuando se está instalando el software, primero lo que tiene que hacer es resetear la consola antes de instalar el software nuevo. Cuando está en el proceso de resetearla, ahí es cuando se queda en el 99% y es cuando da el error. Entonces, la razón por cual está dando el error es porque no está, el error quiero decir, es porque no está detectando los storage, los SSDs, y puede ser que sea el SSD controller, que es el control que controla los SSDs, o será uno de los SSDs. Y si es uno de los SSDs, desafortunadamente, si son uno de los de abajo, ahí ya es cuando no se puede cambiar. Pero si son uno de los de arriba, esos sí se pueden intercambiar y le puedo instalar uno nuevo. Pero no voy a saber hasta que ah, pueda yo verificar cuál de ellos es y después cambiarlo.
Ok, ok, pues déjame comentarlo con mi esposa y yo le devuelvo la llamada.
Bueno, está bien.
Ok,
Gracias.
¿cierran? ¿Ahora cierran?
Cerramos a las 8.
Ok, yo llamo rapidito. Ok.
Ok, está bien. Gracias. Alrighty. Ujú. Ah. Sorry, I'm trying to find the software right now.
Some of the text messages are not going through.
Huh?
Some of the text messages are not
What text messages?
for customers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I was just patient, but no. Another customer had mentioned how, Randy, like he didn't get a text message.
Oh, I don't know, babe.
Like,
I'll have to look into it later on.
yeah.
All right, y'all. It's 7:42. I'm about to go ahead and end the live real quick. Brog, I haven't given up yet. I need to get the log off the log. Once I read it, I'll be able to tell you if it's something that we can repair or not. It may be tomorrow though. By the time I'm able to give you this information, because I have 15 minutes till 8, and I think I need to get one other HDMI port taken care of because he wanted to pick up tomorrow morning. So I'm gonna continue working on this one tomorrow when I get here, and I'll definitely contact you and let you know whether it's something that can be repaired or not. I just don't know exactly what it is with yours, and that's only because I'm not able to find another lead, and the only way I can get the lead is if I'm get the UART off of it. And I used to use a piece of software which I haven't had the need to use any UART logs in a good while. I've been able to actually fix most of my no power issues on PlayStation 5s without UART. But in this scenario, I'm not able to, and it's stopping at the South Bridge right over here. And then from there, it's not initiating anything else. In my mind, I'm thinking it is going to be the South Bridge, to be honest. But when I'm using my multimeter itself is giving me accurate values on here. So I'm not 100% sure, and I don't just want to replace the Southbridge chip because the Southbridge chips are not cheap. They're pretty expensive, just these chips alone. So I don't just want to replace it just because. I want to confirm and validate if in fact that's what it is. So my next step is going to be getting the UART log off of it, of Southbridge, and then from there be able to tell whether if it's something that I am going to be able to repair for you or not. So what I'll do is I'll contact you tomorrow and let you know. But otherwise, I'm not sure if you even watch it. I may just be talking right now to nobody, to be honest. I'm gonna go ahead and end the live here. I'm gonna go ahead and finish that HDMI port repair. Leave it ready for tomorrow, and I'll continue working on this one tomorrow first thing. Thanks to you. Thanks everyone. Peace. Y'all stay blessed, and we will see y'all tomorrow. We'll go live tomorrow as well. Later, everyone.